we have, well, let's go here. First, I would like to call Professor Echimar Costa. Echimar Costa, here he is, please. He is representing our magnificent rector, Gilmar Pereira. I would like to call also Glauco Lira, EFPA, from the International Relationships. Professor Miguel Klusner, representing the UNESCO chairs, and Mario Glaser, also representing the ZMT and LL-Systain. My name is Armin Matis. I'm actually the director of NAIA, and I will also be part of the table. So.
Sim. A gente se divide.
So, so I would like to give the word to Professor Echimar. As we have, this is more like an informal event, a formal but also informal event. And so I would like to ask first, Echimar, if you would like to speak in English and Portuguese, we have some people who can do a translation, so it's not, yeah, or try in English, okay. The same for Glauco, it's without any problems. So.
Good morning, everyone. I have some remarks from Dr. Gilmar Pereira. Unfortunately, he's in another agenda right this morning related to the COP30. And this is what he asked me to do here. The International Conference and Interactive Field Excursion, Sustainability, Transformation, and Social Ecological Dynamics of Amazonia and of other regions, with special emphasis on systemic innovations and blue carbon ecosystems in Belém, here at the NAIA, in the Federal University of Pará. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the Federal University of Pará here in Belém, in the very heart of the Amazon, for this international meeting dedicated to sustainability, transformations, and the social ecological dynamics of Amazonia and other regions of the world. UFPA has the privilege and the responsibility of being an Amazonian university, deeply committed to producing knowledge that connects science, culture, and society. Events like this reaffirm our mission to bridge academic research with local realities, transforming environmental challenges into opportunities for innovation and global cooperation. I extend my gratitude to all the researchers, students, and international partners who came to share their studies, experience, and visions for a sustainable future. It's through this dialogue between disciplines, territories, and cultures that truly transformative solutions emerge. The Amazon, with all its biological and human diversity, is also a living laboratory for thinking about the planet's future. That's why this conference, by addressing systemic innovations, blue carbon ecosystems, and human-nature interactions, plays such a crucial role at this decisive moment in global environmental history. I wish you all a productive, inspiring, and meaningful conference. May this gathering strengthen cooperation and help us build pathways toward a more just, balanced, and sustainable Amazon and world. Welcome to Federal University of Pará, and welcome to our Amazon. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Glauco Lira from EFPA.
First of all, I would like to greet the member who composed this opening session. I do also like to express my sincere gratitude to the member of the panel and all of you in the audience for being here today. Your presence show how much we care about building a better future together. It's truly an honor to share this moment with such committed, inspiring individuals. I appreciate the organizer for inviting the Federal Institute of Education, Science and Technology of Pará to participate in this important event about sustainability. This topic is not only relevant, but essential, as a direct impact on our daily lives and the future of our community. Discussing sustainability means to think about how our choices today shape the world we will live in tomorrow. Events like this remind us that each action matters and that together we can create real change. Allow me to highlight the role of the EFPA in the Amazon. The EFPA is an institution with more than 100 years of the history, offering technical course, undergraduate, postgraduate, and continual education programs, focusing on science, technology, innovation. Our mission is to promote quality education, apply research, and outreach toward regional and national development. Currently, we are the most widespread institution in the Amazon region, present in 18 cities and expanding in 5 more. Promoting education that integrate science, technology, and social responsibility is committed to prepare professionals who understand and apply sustainability practices in fundamental for building a better future. The FPA is more than a place of learning. It's a hub of innovation and opportunity. By combining education, science, and technology with social responsibility, it empowers people that lead the way toward a sustainability future. An example of this is the project training students as technical support in parallel event of the Blue Zone of COP30, which allows us to participate in this panel. Its relevance with practical experience in mega international events contributing of the professional development of students in the event management course, which has over 55 years of history training qualifying professional improving event service in the Amazon region. The project is based on the learning by doing methodology. The project reinforces EFPA role as an institution inseparable of community and territory in which it is located. Affirming its responsibilities to train qualified professional community of sustainable development. This project is our author is the Professor Neila Cabral, Mari Bulhosa, Mari Barrosa, Marinete Barrosa, and our students, Márcia Chagas, Simone Barros, Caroline Trícia, Ana Gabriela Zagallo, Nadila Radassana Palheta, Jonas da Silva, Gabriela Lopes, Yasmin Sodré, Rodrigo Colares, Élica Tavares e Yuri Mateus. And by event, I encourage everyone to listen, share, and be inspired. Let's make this event a spark of ideas that turn into the action. May the discussion today lead of the meaningful action and positive change. Finally, I want to quote the following phrase: "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors; we borrow it for our children." Thank you and have a great event.
Okay, thank you, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me, the university here, and the NIA, to be back here in the Amazon. back again because all this work started already in 1992, so more than 30 years ago. And it's for me really an honor and a pleasure to be here again and to represent what will start as a parallel session at 10 o'clock, the UNESCO chairs as partners for sustainable development here in the region. And when I say UNESCO chair, is of course the UNESCO chair of Professor Luis Aragon on the topic of South-South cooperation for sustainable development, something that is still very high on the agenda, and on development on local capacities. We had a discussion already this morning. We have a lot of capacities also in Brazil, but by far not enough here in the region, in the Amazon region. Then the UNESCO Chair on Biodiversity Safeguard for Sustainable Development of Professor Helena Freitas from Coimbra University, and where I have also the honor to be an associate research fellow for the university for the chair. Then online, we have two participants from Germany, Professor Alexander Siegmund from the UNESCO Chair on World Heritage and Bioreserve Observation and Education, and from Japan, from Professor Hiroyuki Matsuda, from the UNESCO Chair for Education, Bioreserve and Sustainable Societies on the Yokohama National University, where I had also the honor to serve as a professor for 1 year after leaving UNESCO, where I was working before for more than 30 years and directing the MAP program in the last 4 years. So it's really a pleasure to see how all this fits together, and particularly now at the COP30, and to see also the NAIA to be really in the front line, and the UFPA, the university, in this COP30 scientific, but also natural sciences and social sciences, this mixture. And also I think later we will hear from Professor Marion the link to the research in the area. So I'm very curious also to see all the presentations. Again, thank you very much, and I hope I can speak on behalf of the UNESCO chairs to be here, to be invited. Thank you very much, and looking forward to a very fruitful meeting and interesting meeting. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome everybody, and I'm very, very glad that we have this coordination and this leadership here with the UFPA, with NAIA in particular, to have this event. I speak here for the Leibniz Lab for Systemic Sustainability, the other partner for this event, for this attempt to bring together different strands of science and Amazonian realities. And not only Amazonian realities, but also realities and research in some other regions of the world, which for our Leibniz Lab for Systemic Sustainability, you will hear more about that, other what we call pilot regions. But this is in the context of 30 years of collaboration with the UFPA and with the NAIA, and with many colleagues both at the Belém and at the Bragança campus, who have dedicated their lives to research that is relevant today to the pressing themes of our times. And some of these themes we will be dealing with in the Leibniz Labs, namely climate and biodiversity, as well as agricultural and fisheries production and food. These are our focal themes. And we have come here together, and luckily with the UNESCO chairs that have valuable work in this area, to see what there is, what are the necessities, and how can we move forward. And in that spirit, I would like to welcome you all in the name also of our program leader, Professor Jochen Schanze, who will join us online from the part of the Leibniz Lab, to have the COP in Belém was a chance to actually bring international people here. And some of them have arrived just a couple of hours ago and will need coffee fairly soon. And I'm really looking forward to bringing together these very diverse disciplines, people and orientations under some common purpose, which I think we will find here. So thanks very much.
Yes. First of all, I would like to express my happiness to stay here with some partners of the university that we have a collaboration of more than 30 years. Yeah, it's about more than 30 years also with UNESCO and also with Madio and the Madame project. But I would like to present first Senaya for our guest. Senaya, or we call Center for Advanced Amazon Study, is an academic unit of the Federal University of Pará and was founded in 1973. So we are now 52 years old. And it was founded and conceived as a postgraduate and an interdisciplinary research and training institution. Our goal was to analyze social, economic, and environmental dynamics of the Amazon. And so it's very interesting. It was the first institution started with an interdisciplinary scope, and this was very interesting. And since then, we have two postgraduate programs. Our postgraduate program, our PhD program, started in 1904 with focus on sustainable development, how we can try to put sustainability in our development plans. This program is now one of the we have a national ranking. It's one of the best programs in Brazil. And we have trained about 500, I guess we have still 500 PhDs and about 700 masters since we started. And it's very interesting for us because we have not only the task to do research, but also to task to train people who will have an importance in the efforts to develop the Amazon. And we have ex-alumni who are major who are working with the government in Brazil, but also in other Pan-American states, because Senaya was thought as a Pan-American institute. And when we speak about Amazonia, it's always Pan-Amazonia, and that is very important to remember. And in the afternoon sessions, there are some of our students from other Amazonian countries who will present some of their work. I would like to thank now our support team. It's very important to have these people here. It's not a big group, but it's a very effective group, because all of our presentations will be transmitted live in our YouTube channel. And we will split now from 10. Today we have two separate sessions, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. So I will do some announcements, management announcement. The LL-Systain part will be here, and UNESCO will be upstairs in another auditorium. And tomorrow we will stay together. So, I would like to thank the presence of all the colleagues coming from abroad. I say it's not so easy to come to Belém, because we have some colonial heritage, so you have to go first to Sao Paulo, then you can come to Brazil. It's something very, very strange, but we have to live with it. And so my warm welcome to all of us, and I hope we have a good meeting here. Thank you very much. So UNESCO will start at 10 o'clock upstairs, and LL-Systain will start at 10 o'clock here. So we have about 10 minutes to move. Yeah. So let's start with our first session. So let's start with our first topic. We are now in the Leibniz lab session, and we will start with a presentation from Jochen Schanze from the Leibniz Institute of Ecological, Urban and Regional Development. And he is it online? Oh yes, he is. Herzlich willkommen, welcome, a warm welcome to you. I'm very glad to have you here, at least by virtual way, and maybe we can meet here in Berlin another opportunity. Jochen Schanze will start his presentation, and then we have 3 more presentations, one from Sundus. She will speak about pilot site in Berlin-Brandenburg, and then more 2 presentations, one by Mario and another by myself, where we will speak a lot about Braganza. And so, Jochen, please, the chair is yours. No, the chair is not the floor. No?
So, thank you very much for your kind introduction. May I ask you whether you can properly hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfect. It's okay.
Yes. And I'm very glad to be with you. Unfortunately, just online, but we all want to protect the climate. Therefore, I think it's good to be available online. I agreed with the organizers that maybe it's good to use my video for the presentation because it has Portuguese subtitles. We especially recorded this video with the subtitles, so for the colleagues who would prefer to read it in Portuguese rather than in English, it would be an easy option for them to follow. So if possible, then it would be nice if the regime could run my video now.
Yeah, the technicians are just trying to start the video. That was unexpected. Yeah, but it's happening.
Very good.
So, welcome. I was talking about Jochen Schanze, the head of LL-Systain before, so he's with us now remotely, and we are just getting the video ready. Yeah? It's not there. It looks like the video is not here with the technician. You have it? I think, Jochen, you better try and do it in English. There has been an internet problem. It's in a different computer in a different part of the building. Oh, he's gone. Oh, no. Jochen, can you come back? So who's next on the program? I think we give this 2 minutes, and if the video doesn't appear, or Jochen, then we will have the first introduction by Sundus Salemi. And just to explain some of the background, Jochen would have said this, but the LL-Systain project, Leibniz Lab for Systemic Sustainability, we have a claim for addressing planetary sustainability for the 4 topics that I've mentioned: agriculture, biodiversity, climate, and food. And this is done through all sorts of things, including deep work in 4 particular areas of the planet. That's and one of them is the Pará-Belém region of Brazilian Amazonia. The other ones are Vietnam, Hanoi region, Kilimanjaro region in Tanzania, and Brandenburg in Germany. Surprise, surprise. Because LL-Systain is a project, well, it's more than a project. We actually just got made permanent, and it unites the efforts and the research of 40 Leibniz institutions. Now, ZMT, that I represent, Center for Tropical Marine Research, is one of them. We are an institution of over 270 researchers, and we work on coastal sustainability across the tropical global coastal belt. And there are 40 institutions of about our sort of size, trying to combine their research, their knowledge on these planetary boundaries on the 4 themes, but also on work on the realities in the 4 pilot sites. And we've started a year ago, and this is the first pilot site for us. Of course, it's almost an insult to say pilot sites to people who are rooted and working here, but also our aim, our claim is to try and adjust planetary boundaries. Has Jochen come back? Okay. Good. So Jochen will say more. I will hand over. I was saying a few things until you came back. Sorry, the video doesn't seem to be so quickly available for some reason that I can't quite fathom. Would you like to try and just do it in English, Jochen?
Yes, I will do so. I just try to share my screen. Hopefully it will work. I need to select the presentation. So let's. Okay, I cannot show my presentation. Do I need particular rights to do so? I'm just trying to upload the presentation. Let's see whether it works. Would be very nice to do so. So let's try. Okay, the presentation slide, the size of the presentation is too huge. I cannot share it, unfortunately. Okay, presentation button to share the screen.
You cannot share it. You have permission to share. I checked with the technician.
Yes, but it looks like that the file size is too huge that it cannot be transferred. Also, the is not too. No, the file size is not too huge, too large. So let's check.
You know, Armin has gone to look for the video. Maybe you'll just give us a few words, you looking at the presentation before this is getting...
Was this a suggestion to myself?
Pardon?
Did you ask me to do anything?
Well, we have a choice of waiting till this the video can be found, and maybe you'll join then and answer questions and so on, and go on with the program with the people who are here. Or maybe you just say a few introductory words anyway, and we get the video when it comes. There's been some misplacement of it upstairs in a different part of the building.
Okay. Good. Yeah, then I will do so. Thank you very much, Marion Glaser, for the kind introduction. Dear colleagues, I'm very sorry about these technical issues, but still it's very nice that we have this joint session today during your 4 days conference, and I'm very happy to introduce the Leibniz Lab Systemic Sustainability, Biodiversity, Climate, Agriculture and Food within planetary boundaries. As Marion Glaser has already mentioned, we are a major cluster in Germany trying to bring together different research strands to tackle a major challenge of society. And this, of course, is about the foundations of our life. And therefore, I would be very happy to derive rationale for our lab and also the aims and approach. And I think this has been recorded or could be provided via my presentation. And I think I leave it with this. If you want to reschedule the order of presentations, fine to me. I will attend the session anyway. And but maybe also the video could be a means of ensuring easy access for the colleagues who are more familiar with Portuguese than with English. And any question and remark is highly welcome, because we are international and collaborative hub, so the exchange is key to us.
Okay, so our impromptu solution is to continue with our program, and the video with Jochen Schanze will be shown when it's found. And I would like to invite Sundus Salemi to present on the other pilot site, the other region where we do intensive work, which happens to be in Germany. So to introduce you to that.
Yes, thank you, Marion. Do I stand here, or do I have something to control my slides? Yeah, sorry that there's no video from Jochen Schanze, because my presentation was based on what he would have already introduced to everyone. But wherever there's unclarity, please let me know, and I will, try and clarify that. My name is Sundus Salemi, and I'm a postdoc at the Leibniz Center for Agricultural Landscape Research, which is a research institute in Germany, close to Berlin. And what I'm sharing with you today is, finally we have a presentation. What I'm sharing with you today is some challenges and the research which is going on specifically directly related to climate, biodiversity, agriculture, and food in the Berlin-Brandenburg region. This presentation was prepared with the help of my colleagues. If you could all sort of settle down, maybe, there's a bit of anxiety in the room. Okay, yeah, so this presentation was prepared with the help of my two colleagues, Sophia Lüttringhaus and Sibylle Stroh, who are the co-hosts of the pilot site Berlin-Brandenburg. Sophia is at the Leibniz Institute of Agricultural Engineering and Bioeconomy, which is also part of the Leibniz Lab Systemic Sustainability. And Sibylle is a part of the Leibniz Institute for Freshwater Ecology and Inland Fisheries. As Jochen mentioned, and as Marian also mentioned, the aim of the lab is to bring together the research on 4 core themes: biodiversity, climate, agriculture, and food as an area of synergy, area of coming together with a systematic approach to these 4 themes. So what I'll be talking about specifically is, what are the challenges related to these 4 themes specific to the Berlin-Brandenburg region, and then what is the Leibniz research going on within the region, and what are some of the sort of promising strategies when it comes to tackling these challenges together, which are researched in our institutes. All right, so why do we talk about biodiversity, climate, agriculture, and food as an area of collective action? We know that agriculture, biodiversity, and climate are deeply interconnected. For example, food production and food production processes are major contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. This is a paper which is now a bit old, 2018, but it was one of the seminal papers. And then the representation that you see over here is of the contribution of different aspects of agriculture and food systems to the global greenhouse gas emissions. What are the major contributors? We know that livestock and fisheries, through direct emissions, through manure and pasture, use change, deforestation of land for intensive agriculture is also a contributor. Then we have, of course, supply chains, transport, shipping vessels, which contribute to greenhouse gases. So that's the link between agriculture and food systems and climate. Now, as I already mentioned, the agriculture extension is also a major reason for land use change. Again, we see a representation here of what are the shares of land which go to different aspects of production, agriculture production. We have livestock, which takes a big share, crops, forest, shrubs, glaciers, etc. But then what is happening as a result of these changes is the impact on the habitat. Here what we see is the projected impacts. This is a fairly recent paper published in Nature, where we see the habitat loss particularly driven by agricultural expansion of amphibians, birds, and mammals. And we see specifically for mammals, you see the yellow, the 2 yellows, and the red part is the number of species of mammals which are facing habitat loss because of agricultural expansion. Williams et al. Have also projected the changes in the sites where these species live, amphibians, birds, mammals, again, across the world, and we see that all of this land use changes. With the darker colors you see is higher changes, and you see that in Africa, where we have so much terrestrial bird biodiversity, we see a lot of habitat loss for these animals, and this is particularly because of expansion of agriculture. So that's the link between agriculture, climate, and biodiversity. Now we see that. So with this overview, what we want to just convey is that these things are deeply interconnected, and often in research, they are, because of many reasons, approached separately, and there's a lot of potential to have synergized solutions to these four challenges facing, humanity if we look at them together. And that is what the reason is for having these 41 institutes in the Leibniz lab together, which have their own respective research. We have, our research focus. ZALF is focusing on research on agriculture. We have other institutes which have their respective foci. But what we want to do is to bring them all together. This was the background. Now I talk specifically a little bit about the challenges from the global to the Berlin-Brandenburg pilot site. So where are we? That's the map of Germany for people who are not familiar. And the red circle I've made is the Berlin-Brandenburg region. Overall, Germany has a population of 84 million and 6.3 million people live in this region. Overall of the country, the land area, 47% is agriculture, forests are 33. Out of that, in the overall area, 38% is protected, 14% is urban, and we have, we're also moving towards organic agriculture. So 9.8% of the agriculture practice is organic. In Brandenburg, which is the pilot site, we have a lot of fresh water, and that is something that was important to say because we come to why that is a link between agriculture and biodiversity. All right. What here we see is the precipitation rate, so like the rainfall in the different regions of Germany, and we see that in Brandenburg it's on the lower side, and this is given Brandenburg's importance in agriculture. This is something that I will talk about in my presentation later on. All right. So now, specific to Brandenburg, what are the challenges related to climate, biodiversity, agriculture, and food? As I already mentioned, Brandenburg for the past century, now we have, the data confirms that the rainfall patterns have changed considerably, which has a lot of consequence for the region's agriculture. So there's increased winter and decreased summer rainfall in the region, and the soils in the region are sandy soil. So there's not a lot of water retention capacity. It means that there's a lot of drought stress in the region. So additionally, Berlin, the metropolitan Berlin is surrounded by Brandenburg. And with this changes in the water availability and with the expansion of the urban areas, there's also quite a bit of competition between the water which is needed for agriculture and the water which is needed for the city. Moreover, these changes in precipitation as well as changes in temperature, so temperatures have also risen in the region over time, impact the fresh waterways in the region. So we have the Spree, we have Havel, and then over there, those conditions have impacted the ecosystems for the fish, and we see considerable reduction of freshwater fish in the region. The region is rich in biodiversity. It has diverse habitats, forests, wetlands, urban green spaces, and hosts many protected species as well. But both urbanization and intensive agriculture have posed threats to these ecosystems. One interesting ecosystem that is a focus of research itself is the region's peatlands. And peatlands historically have been drained for agriculture, but this has had consequences for both climate. So when you drain peatlands, it emits a lot of stored carbon, and it has also led to the reduction of biodiversity, water retention capacity, soil fertility, and emissions I've already mentioned. Agriculture is a major occupation in the region. So there's wheat, maize, rye, barley that is produced. But historically and up until now, it is monoculture practiced on large farms with big, machinery, which has degraded the soil of the region quite considerably. So, and this is, of course, exacerbated by the impacts of climate change. Poor water retention, I've already mentioned, and low fertility because of the sandy soils, which was on one hand the impetus for using a lot of fertilizers, which has contributed also to the pollution of the waterways. And yeah, as I said, climate change is now exacerbating all of those impacts. There are adaptation strategies that farmers are implementing, and the Leibniz institutes, which are in the region, including the institute that I come with, we regularly interact with the farmers in order to find ways of overcoming these challenges. And that is something that I will be briefly talk about later. All right. These are just some of the examples of some recent work which shows how this drought stress has been impacting agriculture in the region. All right. Just to briefly also talk about food, what the food systems are like, in addition to agriculture which is practiced in the region, there's strong rural-urban connection. Already I said, Berlin is the big metropole surrounded by all these agricultural lands. So it's a big consumer market. However, Berlin is also very hip and very cool, and there's people who are turning vegetarian and people who are, more interested in plant-based diets, etc. There's also a lot of innovation when it comes to local food production. So there are, for example, what we call community farms and community gardens, or solavis, as we call them. That is something that is also increasing, especially also with production of local vegetables, etc. But so in all of this, where the major challenges that the region faces is to obviously stabilize the water regime. So as I said, because of the changing patterns of rainfall and the low capacity of soils to retain water, we need to have a stabilizing regime and an early warning system as well for droughts and for floods both. Re-wetting peatlands is something that is ongoing, and ZALF is very much involved in that. And by that we mean that these peatlands would not be any more used for agriculture, but they would continue to be peatlands, and there are many strategies, for example, like flooding them with water that are being tested right now. Maintaining water quality and habitat diversity is essential. As I said, because of agriculture practiced in the region, the freshwater ways have been polluted. We have seen a reduction in fish in our freshwater ways, but it still remains a challenge. And to balance the urban demand with the agriculture demand is an additional challenge. So connecting all of these together sort of gives this broad picture of the region. But, life's not easy. As as with other things in life, we have a lot of trade-offs here. So ideally, for example, circular economy approaches, which are being researched both at many Leibniz institutes, as opposed to traditional agriculture, which has been practiced for many years. Circular approaches are good for climate, for biodiversity, but lower yields, more labor intensive. On the other hand, if you continue with traditional practices, obviously higher yields, not a lot of intervention needed to change that. So that's a major trade-off that we face. Similarly, with other innovative approaches, there's resistance from the stakeholders, because higher yields, higher incomes are obviously a major incentive for farmers to produce. And the innovative approaches, for example, organic agriculture, yields still are not as high as what you can get with traditional agriculture. So I'll continue. You get the idea that there's options available, but there are trade-offs as well. But what is ZALF and the Leibniz Lab doing in the region when it comes to overcoming the 4 challenges that I talked about without compromising on yields, without reducing the productivity of agriculture? I share that now. So one of the approaches is, well, first of all, is collaboration. So we talk a lot about working together with the farmers and the policy makers, and that's a big part of our work, both within the lab and ZALF broadly. Links between consumers and producers, integrating different sectors, and trying to come up with new data rules. One of the approaches also is to find common ground, and this is literally the common ground that we have found, which is soil. So a lot of our research is on soil, and the reason why this is so fundamental is because soil is a habitat for biodiversity. It is obviously needed for biomass production. It can recycle nutrients. It can filter water and serve serve to maintain the water balance in the region. It can also store carbon. So that's the climate side of it, and of course it has a major role that it plays in the nutrient cycle. So keeping soil as the common thread for all of these themes is one thing that ZALF is working a lot on. So we have a project with the farmers where we let farmers monitor their soil themselves easily, and then have that data, and then we regularly interact with them to talk about practices that can improve their soil quality. And the example of that is that this is one of the papers by one of my colleagues, which is very recent, and she worked specifically with farmers in the regions on what were the strategies that could be implemented which improve significantly the soil functions. And this is a drawing from her based on many stakeholder interactions that she had. And some of the strategies that were implemented were, introducing different landscape elements into the farms, practicing using organic fertilizers, diversifying crop rotation. These are not new strategies. These are strategies that farmers have known in between somewhere forgotten, but now implemented again. And Zalf is interacting regularly with the farmers and trying to assess which of these strategies work better for, so that the yields are not compromised, but also all of these strategies help to maintain biodiversity, reduce the impacts on climates, etc. We're also working with digital solutions, which has its own benefits. For example, these are some of the reasons why Zalf is researching so much on using robots in the field. There's a pressure on labor. There's, Germany's population in general is going to reduce sometime soon, and in the rural areas, that's not very attractive for new people to work. So there's a lot of labor shortages going on, and robots help to overcome that. But not just that, they can also apply, for example, pesticides and fertilizers more precisely, so it's not overused in the field. And then, like all the other benefits that come from it. There are obviously barriers as well to implementing these, and we work with the stakeholders on best ways to overcome these barriers. So how using, for example, drones could compromise the data that is, fed into these systems, how to make them more safe, what are the reluctances of people to use such technology. But there are promising strategies, and I've just, listed them here that we continue to work with farmers with, both in the plant production, and also I had a column on livestock production as well, but I don't know why I don't see it here. And as I said, we do all of this in dialogue with the stakeholders. So it's not just researchers sitting in their labs or in their field doing it, but constantly getting feedback from the stakeholders on this. And this is just one of the examples of a stakeholder dialogue that many institutes in the region had with both local politicians and with farmers. And what we did was to try and, share our combined research with them in order to get feedback from the stakeholders. Yes, that's the overview from my side. I'm very happy to answer your questions.
Are there questions? If not, I have a question. Yes, and I hope, well, first, thank you a lot for your very interesting presentation. I have two questions. First, maybe you can speak about a little bit more about the property structure in Brandenburg, because this is an old, it's an old traditional agricultural region with some transformation during the DDR, what it was. And this is one thing else I would like to know about land use conflicts, because Brandenburg is also a big producer of sand and almost sand, and so for the construction areas. And what are your results regarding income of the agriculture people? And what about migrant workers, the situation of migrant workers during harvest in these properties?
Thank you very much, Armin, for those questions, but I'm afraid I cannot answer them from a scientific perspective because I don't have the research on this. I'm also not a local, so I don't know this. But anecdotally, I can share that there is, for example, in Brandenburg, there was this huge Tesla plant that was recently built, and there was a lot of protests against that, with people also saying that. And one of the things that came up in our dialogues with the farmers was that they said that they use a lot of water. So that was a big conflict between, well, on the one hand, it's development because Tesla is now, going to produce a lot of electric cars in the region. But on the other hand, farmers were not very happy because of the water usage that it entailed. What I also know is that when you talk about conflicts, farmers do feel left behind. So they feel that, their incomes are not very high, they're not very well respected. And all these researchers come from, the big cities and tell us what to do. And there's a lot of pushback as well. So in the last few years, we had these farmer protests where farmers were bringing their tractors into the cities in these big protests and saying that we're not going to listen to these directives which come from from Belgium. So, because that's where the European Commission is headquarters, and they say they don't know the reality on the ground on what we're doing, and then they come and tell us that do this for climate and do this for biodiversity, but we have to think about our incomes. And that is also obviously part of the reason why you see a rise of populist political parties. So, for example, in Müncheberg, in the last election, 40% or so voted for the very right-wing political party over there. You're welcome. Yes.
Thanks a lot, Sundus. Can you?
Thank you, Sundus. So I do have a question. You made this very clear about the importance of protecting soil and how soil health is important for systemic sustainability. And we know about, you also show us about your approach on dialoguing with farmers and stakeholders, and go to the field, talk with people and see the reality and what's going on there. Could you share with us the key lesson learned on this process until now?
I'm very happy to share that once we start, the lab did not start this dialogue. ZALF as an institute is a very old institute, and it regularly interacts with farmers for its research. But in my own experience, they were very welcoming of such a dialogue. At the end of this workshop that I'm talking about, we held a poll asking, would you like to participate in such events in the future? And overwhelmingly, people said yes. It helps them to ask direct questions from the scientists. If they have any misconceptions about, what are climate projections, what are temperature projections, what are uncertainties in it, they can directly then ask. And then it's also very helpful for the scientists, because the scientists then get perspectives from the field. So it's not, lab conditions, everything is controlled, but actual conditions on the farm, and then scientists can, go back, change their models, add something to their experiments. And both, especially for the stakeholders, they were very open to such a dialogue.
Sundus, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question about the prevalence of organic farming, or at least a high frequency of organic farming around Brandenburg. And you say that Berlin is a big market for it, which I agree also. But I'm also wondering if the relatively poor environmental conditions around Berlin are also not promoting much more this organic agriculture than conventional systems, which require a different set of conditions. Do you have any idea on that, or any comment?
I think my comment would be, yes, you're right. That one of the reasons that while it is high, but still there's resistance, or it's not implemented as much, because of the conditions make make yields lower with organic farming practices as compared to the traditional farming practices. So if you use, like pesticides, fertilizers, tractors, etc., then yeah, you get a good yield. Thank you very much. Yeah.
No, stay here. We'll get some presentation. Yeah, sure. So thanks a lot. It's very, yes, those are first. Thanks a lot to Sunz. I guess she raised, or the project raised a lot of questions. And I see some similarities with our problems here, with our dynamics. And so I guess we have a lot of opportunities in the next 2 or 3 days to discuss and to see how we can put together this pilot site experiences. That's very good. As next point, Jochen will. Oh, so we can see. So he is still on. He's ele está ainda na sala? Ja, okay, pronto. Herr Schanze, Entschuldigung, wir hatten hier einige technische Probleme, aber jetzt sollte es klappen, dass das Video abgespielt wird. Okay, danke.
Ja, vielen Dank. Vielleicht vorweg noch. Thank you very much. Very briefly to the question which was raised regarding the property situation in Berlin, in Brandenburg. 90% of the agricultural land is private, and 47% is individual persons, and 42% is of private companies. So just to give you an idea about the property structure.
Oh, thanks a lot. That's very important.
So now, if the video is running, I could remain quiet, and you hopefully enjoy the video, which we created. Yeah.
Are foundations of our life. I argue that they should be addressed as a common area of action and conflict. As we can see from global population data, we have not yet reached the maximum with 10 billion people. At the same time, calories are unevenly distributed around the globe. This means that food production needs to be expanded in the future. However, agriculture and food production significantly impact biodiversity climate, with 1/3 of the global animal plant species loss caused by agriculture, hereby irrigation crops and livestock play an important role. And 1/5 of the greenhouse gas emissions also stem from agriculture and food production. The changing biosphere and climate in return also affect agriculture and food production. On the left-hand side, an example from pollinator loss and their impacts in the global north, and on the right-hand side, more severely, the projected yield crop losses in the global south, particularly in Latin America and in Africa. Politics is already addressing these challenges by the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. 3 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, have been formulated. SDG 3, Zero Hunger, SDG 14, Life Below Water, and 15, Life on Land. But as you can see from the halfway in 2023 of the Agenda 2030, these 3 SDGs remain as significant challenges and even major challenges. The view becomes even worse if we include planetary boundaries as proposed by the Earth Commission. These 9 planetary boundaries demarcate humanity's safe operating space, and agriculture is the single largest cause of planetary boundary transgression related to biosphere integrity, land system change, freshwater use, biochemical flows, and climate change. The good news is that it's possible to feed 10 billion people within planetary boundary, but this means to consider a couple of things, as I'm just now pointing out, to decrease the share of animal-based diets, to reduce the food loss and waste, to improve water and nutrient management and to reallocate cropping and management systems to less pressured land. This would allow to stay within planetary boundaries. But what does this mean for action? How can we link planetary health with healthy food? This requires a downscaling of planetary boundaries to a country and even regional level. It also requires the identification of the dietary intake. The Eat Lancet Commission has proposed reference intakes. This can be a reference for the calculations. And then to identify the conflicts. And for the conflicts, we need actionable knowledge. And this knowledge should also take into account that some activities positively affect biodiversity, but at the same time negatively climate and vice versa. Therefore, we need a more comprehensive perspective rather than to see individual activities. Against this background, the Leibniz Association formed and founded the Leibniz Lab Systemic Sustainability. Now, the aim is to tackle biodiversity, climate, agriculture, and food as a common area of action and conflict, as proposed from our side, and addresses these together with societal actors with 3 tasks, integrating knowledge from different scientific communities, but also from different societal groups, to assess sustainability in a systemic way and to assign innovations also in a systemic way to the assessment results, and to advance science communication and create tailored products for the transfer to target groups. And given the interdependencies across levels, but also between regions, also these different levels and relationships are in the fore. To operationalize these aims, we have created an overall approach based on 5 research and innovation areas. In the center is a dialogue between the lab and societal actors. Then we have 3 thematic research and innovation areas. One is about knowledge integration and research data management. The second about systemic sustainability assessment, and the third on innovations ranging from technological, economic, social, and political innovations. And the results of the 3 are then translated into sustainability-oriented transfer products, which can be used for the dialogue between the lab and the stakeholders. And to do this, we apply in transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. Now, a couple of activities which we are currently conducting. We are studying existing dialogues in terms of their capability to address this common area of action and conflict. And for the selected dialogues, we are already doing analysis on the discourses. And for our discourse analysis, we have selected dialogues on international, European, and regional level. There will be a talk by Sundu Salemi. I suppose that she will go into more details, but I would like to highlight our 4 pilot sites. One is Berlin-Brandenburg in Germany, another one here in Belém, Amazon, Brazil, and then one in Tanzania at the Kilimanjaro, and finally Hanoi in Vietnam. Given the fact that the common area of action and conflict is so complicated, we are developing a system and transformative approach, which is a multi-systems approach, including the governance system, the economic system, the agri-food system, but also the earth system, and try to highlight interlinkages and then use different tools and models to calculate the interlinkages. But before we can do that, we need to have the data also from existing publications. And therefore, a digital library was developed named TIB Knowledge Loom. This allows to extract the data from figures of publications. It allows to take data from repositories and will evolve as an infrastructure for the lab. Now, once we have this data available, we can do our assessments, our sustainability, systemic sustainability assessments, and currently there are already models running to calculate planetary boundaries. And in addition, there is a crop modeling approach in parallel and an approach to calculate the red list index of biodiversity. Once we have accomplished these assessments, of course, we are interested to turn it towards sustainability transformation, and therefore our key step here is the mapping of innovations and the identification of particular suitable innovations. And a couple of these innovations we have already identified, and one is also topic of this conference here, Eat the Innovator. Others are sensor platform for landscapes, circular bioeconomy approaches, and innovation indicators. The results then feed into science communication tools. Therefore, we have studied the effectiveness of science communication measures implemented so far and currently develop interactive data visualization platforms and dashboards, and also create education and training formats. Overall, the lab shows that there is not just a need, but also a possibility for addressing biodiversity, climate, agriculture, and food as a common area of action conflict across sectors, across levels. And it calls for systemic and action-oriented research based on interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches. And the Leibniz Lab offers a respective international and collaborative knowledge hub for research, innovation, and transfer. And you are kindly invited to join us, to collaborate with us. With this, I thank you very much for your attention.
This was quite interesting, and I know there are a lot of questions. Who has? You will? Yeah. So.
Thank you very much for this video. Now for the opportunity to ask you this question. I like very much when you mentioned that sometimes actions that promote biodiversity can be deleterious for climate change and the other way around. Can you give us some examples about situations like this?
Oh, this is a very nice question. I think there was a working group between IPBES, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, and IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And they listed a lot of such activities, as you can see from the, I think it's a Nature or Science paper. And I'm sorry, I cannot directly mention such examples, but yeah, I think that there will be multiple cases where you maybe with maybe organic farming, you use more machine hours to manage the land, and this could cause more greenhouse gas emissions. But yes, I unfortunately cannot give you very detailed measures, but of course this will be something which we will also address with the lab.
Well, if there are no more questions, thanks a lot to Professor Schanze for this very interesting introduction to the LL-Systain project. And I guess we can continue. Yes. And so, Schanze, thanks a lot. And I hope you can see and see us by our YouTube channel. Okay?
Yeah,
thanks a
you
lot
for having me. Thank you.
So the next presentation will be by Marian and me. Yes, so cool. Well, yeah, I'm first. Okay, so it's okay. So yeah, yes, it's okay. It's no problem.
It's on the Brazil pilot side. We decided to do it together. So.
Yeah.
You start. You start.
So that's my so yes, what? Okay. So as sit here, as Marion said, we will do a short presentation together. I will start, and then we pass to Marion. I will do a short overview about the region and also speak a little bit about academic literature existing on Bragança, on the coastal region, and I have to say it's only an overview because we have tomorrow more inside presentations from colleagues of mine who are working at the Bragança region since years or since decades. And so it's only to situate you in the academic discussion about Bragança. So, qual é essa aqui? Essa aqui, né? Essa. Okay, this is our research questions that we we have what need to safeguard livelihoods, ecosystem, and food system in Amazon coastal regions, making them more resilient and aligned with global sustainability goals. This is what Professor Schanze did mention now, and it's only to have this in mind. I need some control my time. Okay. So I will start with some remarks on Amazon region and its historical evolution. We have, as you know, pre-colonial Amazonian with complex Indian societies, sustainable land use, maybe you know Terra Preta, and this is very interesting because in the last decades the ecology and the historians are discovering a lot of things. And for example, the idea that it was only simple communities, it's not true. And we have information about big cities in the pre-Columbian Amazonian. Then we have the European exploration starts with, here in Belém. Anyhow, we have a very hard interest in the what they called the products from the tropical products. And then we have the importance of missionary importance explanations. The Jesuits they try to convince to converse the Indians. If it not works, they killed them. You have a lot of dissemination of the big conflicts between the indigenous population and the almost Portuguese conquistors. And we have in the end of the 19th century the rubber boom. Some of the big buildings you have here in Belém, for example, Teatro da Paz, and also in Manaus, were constructed during the rubber boom, and it was one of the economic cycles. It's not the only economic cycle we have. Before we had other cycles, but it was very emblematic, and it was a typical boom phase and also the crash. We have since the Nova Republica in 1950, for example, the trend to have the national development, and in this, one of the first act was as a road construction in Brazil. It concluded in 1961. And it was a direct connection from Brasilia, the new capital, to the north. And we have since military government, with a hard interest in developing the Amazon, and it was based on 3 or 4 points. The first point was to consider the Amazon as an empty land, an empty region, and you have to populate it. You have to bring people without land to land without people. You have the construction of the big roads, the Trans-Amazonian Road. The Trans-Amazonian Road is quite interesting because the idea was to invert the natural flows, because the natural flows here, commercial flows, for example, were by river, and the river, they came out of Berlin anyhow, and the Amazon, the highway was to connect the rivers, and so it was another dynamic. We have also as a start of the deforestation, because to get some public money, if you settled or if you're in a colonization project, you only get some money if you have transformed the land. Transforming the land means you have to deforest, you have to cut all the trees. And so we have starting also big mining projects. This stops, or this changed a little bit with new republic in '88, with a new constitution, and we have the Eco 92 in Rio, and there was a starting point for a movement, environmental movements. We have indigenous rights, and so also the discussion about human rights and environmental issues started now were more prominent in the Democratic Republic now. And since 1990, 2000, we have a new point that is opening from economic opening to the world market, and also the dynamic in China, in the Chinese development process that requires a lot of material stuffs, and one of the big partners, commercial partners of China today is Brazil, with soya and also with minerals. This was accompanied by market reforms and the decision to do more liberal policy. What are some outcomes from this? First, we have a big population increase in Brazil, for example, from 93 to 203 million people, but also in the North region. The North region is a territory of 9 states, or 9 or 10 states, and it's something like you can use it in the statistic way as a proxy for the Amazonia Legal. And you have so increased from 3.6 to 17 million people. And you have another very interesting point, that is the population in our region, in the Amazon, is today mostly urban population, and so most of the people are living in urban regions, and this is one of the big changes from 1970 to today. And this is very important because you can imagine you have a population in Brazil of 203 million people, and in the north you have, in the Amazon, you have 17 million people. What does it mean in terms of political influence, for example? You have in the Amazon, you have less voters than in the state of Sao Paulo, for example, or in the municipality of Sao Paulo. That's why you have a little influence for the question, urban questions of Sao Paulo are maybe more important than national questions in the Amazon. So we have also increase in agriculture production. It has something very interesting what agribusiness always says, that Brazil today has a capacity to feed 1.7 billion people. That mean not only the 200 million living here, but also we do a lot of exporting, almost soy and meat in the agriculture section. And so this is something very interesting, but it has a heavy price. What is the price? Here you can see, this is data from 85. You can see forest and agriculture use or deforestation. And you can see how it develops. You have a clear signal. We have here, so you can see the streets, also the roads. This here is the name Brasilia, and here you can see where are the development, devastation is going on. You have now the branch that come from south, from Mato Grosso. This is 210. And this is, it's not today, but it's 2 years ago. And it's the actual situation we have in the Amazon. And this is Panamazonia, and also part with Colombia, Venezuela, Peru. And what is the Brazilian government doing? It's doing almost conservation unit. It's conservation units. It's like something like, no, it's protected areas. We also consider indigenous land and quilombola land as protected areas. So that's why you use conservation units in English here in Brazil. Huh? And you see, we have about 30% of the Brazilian territory is occupied by conservation units. You have full protection units, and you have sustainable use units. Most of them are sustainable use units. And in the Amazon, we have about a quarter of the land of the territory is occupied by conservation units. You can see here that this is Amazonia Legal, and the green spots here protection units. So now we go to the coastal region. The coastal region, we have here, these are the protected areas in the coastal region from Maranhão to Belém. We have 12 RESECs. RESEC is Reserva Extrativista, extraction reserves, maybe it's in English. So, and that's on the coastal region here. We have here is a photo of the situation today in this coastal region. You can see some mangroves, and you can see also the part of deforestation, and it's something like a threat going on. Well, okay. Irgendwie ist es hier. Como eu consigo sair daqui? Assim? Tá. So now some information about how the coastal region is showing up in the academic knowledge, and I have some themes, for example, biodiversity and coastal ecosystem. What we see, there is a lack of time series to integrating climate and modeling remote sensing data. On the other hand, we can see the importance of the extractive reserves as a conservation area in a socio-ecological laboratory. We have, for example, regarding climate vulnerability and resilience, we have a little integration still between science, the result of science, and the management of this almost of the units or all of the ecosystems. And so I guess this is a very important information for the LL-Systain project. Regarding family farming and agroecology, you have still little research on productive integration and short local supply chains. On the other hand, we have some success stories. For example, the Braganza flower as a product of regional identity. You will eat it during our trip to Braganza, and there are some very interesting public policy at state and municipality level that we can discuss later. As you may know, fishery, we have some problem with fishery. That is, it's hard to get official data on stocks and on the production. And but we have colleagues here who can explain it very well or better than I. But it's only to show you what are the problems we have to deal with. We have some difficulty with food production and safety, and so we have a national adaptation plan, climate change, but this plan is not penetrating all the other policies, and so there are some public policies running in parallel, and they do not integrate. And it's very it should be very interesting for this seeing food production and safety of food. So on the other hand, we have also a lot of studies in Braganza, mostly. And the Braganza, when I say Braganza, is our campus in Braganza on OFPA, about culture, traditional knowledge, and territorial identity. This is mostly work done by anthropologists or by people who are doing with communication science. And there's a lot of interesting things to report, because Braganza is a very old town. You will see it's one of the oldest towns in Pará, in the Amazon. And they have a lot. They are very proud of their local history, of their local costumes. And so there are a lot of studies in this area. So we have about coastal management. There is the national system of coastal management, but with lack of effectiveness and with shortcomings in the implementation. We have, regarding territorial development sustainability, as Mr. Schanze said, we need more socio-environmental indicators to be able to monitor the success or not of implementation of sustainability strategies in a region. And so this was a short, as I saw, a very short overview about some academic issues. Tomorrow we have two presentations from colleagues from Braganza. Moira, she's also here present and with a colleague, and we also will hear some presentations at the campus in Braganza. And so the regional specialist will talk later. And so I can pass to Marion. Marion, as you may know, she started working in Braganza about 30 years ago, And so a lot of reference from this work is coming from her work, or from, not from her work, but from Madame work. So.
Yes, I just do something very restricted to work that I know about. When Armin says have done work for 30 years, there are people who started 30 years ago who stayed, who are working, who are presenting mostly tomorrow. But I think Moira Menezes will also talk today. What I'm going to do quickly relates to our institute. It's linked to the region, to UFPR in particular, but also to, can I have the control? Yours better. Sorry. Yes, so I already mentioned this Leibniz Center for Marine Tropical Research, a long-term connection to the region here the past 30 years. That's us in Bremen. No, how does it move here? Okay, so what we also mentioned, the MADAM project. It was the start of our collaboration 30 years ago, the UFPA and the ZMT working on mangroves, dynamics and management. That's how we got this incredible title. A 10-year research program where they, oh, no, turned off. Here, where the Braganza campus had a central role, the UFPA and other partners worked. So what I'm just going to do is pick out a few things from the over 100 publications that came out of just this 10-year period that are of relevance to the topics that we have here for LL-Systain. These two publications that I did put there out of the over 100 are two books that came out. The top one, Horacio Schneider and Ulrich Sampol, the coordinators of the 10-year Madame program, brought out this book, which has a chapter on all the topics covered. So anybody who wants to have an introduction, this book is very good on that and moves you on. We also brought out some work in Portuguese on transdisciplinary management of the mangrove forest, and so that some of that knowledge is available for classes here. But let me go on to pick out, oh yes, well, I mean, of course, acknowledging the colleagues that contributed and that are continuing and have continued for the whole 30 years to work here. And that started with Madame. That's a list, and I'm not even sure that it's complete because this was done a little late. But let me move on to the Madame period and what sort of work is there that we might build on in future to look at climate, biodiversity, agriculture, which in our definition includes fisheries and food in the Leibniz lab. Very early work that we did that looks at vicious circles or vicious cycles, as we called them, identified child labor as something driven by food insecurity. And the fact that children were actually responsible together with women to collect diverse subsistence foods in the mangroves meant they didn't go to school, they stayed illiterate, they were maintaining their links to the mangrove unwillingly because there were no other options if you had no education, fisheries and poverty as results. That's a vicious circle from them. Things have changed. Child labor is now illegal and this causes other problems. But I won't go into that here now. Another bit of work that we did, and I was surprised to see Armin say there's little work on local indicators because that was quite a focus in that period. We had various people working very intensively, finding out what the different stakeholders thought coastal sustainability was and how they defined it. And we came up with an indicator system. This is the social part of it. But there were also parts that looked at the sustainability of various mangrove species aspects. And with that, I think that would be a start for looking at the various indicators on climate, biodiversity, food, agriculture, fisheries that LL-Systain takes. Here, this is an example of our work. You see year 1 here of 4 indicators, which shows also system boundaries. And there you see year 2. So it's a kind of ability to demonstrate dynamism. And we have diverse indicators here. The indicators are choosable from the system. What you can do then is relate them to thresholds. These are some thresholds we determined then interactively, locally. But you see the relation to the topic of planetary boundaries and to the topic of, well, how does a particular region, be it Amazonia or Brandenburg, actually perform in terms of the indicators we look at, and how does it integrate? There are trade-offs, there's interference between the development of the different topics, themes, indicators. So just so that there is some work there that one might build on. Only some snippets here. Also some snippets of ongoing work, and I have to emphasize this is ongoing work that the ZMT is involved in the Amazonian region, so it's not complete. Moira, Yekos, the campus of Braganza will talk a lot more, but what we do have ongoing at the moment is there's a mangrove ecology group at ZMT, and they work on one project relates to is a DNA focused, but they look with a focus on the food provisioning function of the mangroves, and especially of mangrove crabs. So we have some work ongoing there that is relevant. There's that same project also produces high resolution local data, which also might help us to link regional, local level to global levels. And my colleague Martin Zimmer has provided these slides recently. An ongoing PhD on tree cutting, plant traits is another example. A work on the effects of crab burrows, work on mangrove crab traits, which takes on the functional traits of this crab, and so in a way involves biodiversity also. And their ambition is to engage with model development, which I suppose linking different levels, local, regional realities to global planetary boundaries will have to be addressed somewhere. Just 3 weeks ago, Lol Dalet, who's a French-Brazilian person, defended her PhD, and this PhD is also related to food security. What Lol worked on was governance structure and access to fish and fisheries. Now, fish is a food, and access to fish rather than the fact that it's produced matters. So when Armin said, was it Amazonia producing food for 1.7 billion people? The question is also, what's the access? Who gets access to that food, and whose food security is ensured through this? And Lol discusses this. Fish as commodity, fish as a species to be protected, or fish as food. And there's quite a lot of interesting dynamics ongoing surrounding that. That's just Lol's question, again in Portuguese. I wasn't sure. And she will be coming, that's for everybody who's here. She has defended, she has passed, she will be presenting her results again. She has discussed them with fishers and stakeholders, but to the UFPA on December 4th, to Braganza, with the objective to think about how a policy brief for decision makers could be developed with colleagues here. So, yes. That was what I wanted to say, and the question that Armin and I wanted to take up from there is, what he started with. How do we move forward? What kind of future research is possible based on this, based on what's available with colleagues in Braganza and those who couldn't be here, and how can we actually collaborate? And of course, based on the UNESCO chairs as well that we will talk to. So.
Okay, thanks a lot, Marion. As we told, it's only the starting point because there will be a lot of more information on Braganza, on other works. But it's, I guess, it's now a little bit, it's more clearer what is LL-Systain, what we are doing, what we try to do. And I hope it's clear also how we can connect to the other pilot sites. For example, I see a lot of common problems or common issues with Brandenburg. And maybe one day we can share also with Tanzania and with Vietnam. So thanks first for our first presentation. Now we have Sundus, you will present us a World Café, isn't it? Who will? Oh, Luma. So can you please come and explain to us what we are doing now, what we should do now? Who will do? Luma? Yes.
Okay. 12. Okay. So hello everyone, I'm Luma. Now we will perform this World Café format. It will be here in the room 12. So I don't know if you are familiarized with this World Café format. We're gonna follow we change a little bit the format by not changing the tables. The thing is, we're gonna sit now, everyone together, everyone who from here that want to participate, you are more than welcome to come. And then we're gonna have different teams that was related with the previous presentations here. We will divide, split everything in different teams, and you can choose, or just sit there and see in the table what are the teams. We're gonna give you some questions, and then we have something around 15 to 20 minutes to be very open to give your answers. Here is not important that you have a deep background on this. It's just that you put your opinion. And then we're going to take notes about this, and hopefully we can construct in the end a story about a different point of views of everyone. So, yeah. Yes. And também vamos ter perguntas em português para vocês que talvez não estejam familiarizados com o inglês ou preferem fazer em português, sem problemas. Nós temos aqui mais colegas também brasileiros que vão ajudar a gente, então só venham todos. Vai ser muito legal. Língua não será problema. Se vocês falam alemão também, eu tenho bastante pessoa aqui para ajudar vocês. Com essa língua super fácil. Brincadeira, né, gente? 5 anos de Alemanha, ainda estou na luta. So, yeah. Yeah, okay.